Okay, that battery doesn't seem to have held a charge. Let's try a different battery. I do prefer to play my kind of action-y gotcha style games with a controller. Alright. What up, Bang Boo 18? Edgy. I'm gonna let her choose. Let's get all of our stuff checked. Sorry if y'all can hear my dryer in the background. I have some clothes running. Also, Stug's chewing on some plastic that I told him he could have, so you may hear that occasionally in the background too. No, I don't want to teleport anywhere. Okay. Thank you. Like I said, I'm not chasing this game anywhere near fast enough to really get a lot of the event stuff. Unfortunately, you know, kind of have to work. Takes up a lot of my time. Mail. Flame. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, so. Talk to Dr. Bang and Little. Hold on. Did I accidentally change what I'm doing? I think I did. Where was it that I saw my actual, like, missions? I can. I would like to pull this again. I think I can. Okay, we got something. There we go. I wouldn't mind if this A was a repeat of an agent I already had. Like, not bad. That's cool. We will take it. I wish there was a more rock and roll like theme for getting your gotchas. Get gotcha your gettins. But that's not a bad song. Oh. That's cool. Kind of cool to have an actual, like, build assist tool in game. There you go. Let's give you your actual, like, W engine you're supposed to have. We'll enhance that. Computer, enhance. Alright. And bam. Cool. What was it you put in here? Oh, yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I don't have that stuff, though. I'm sorry. Okay, so I want to keep the exclusive skin or whatever. That's like one of the reasons you get a W engine that fits the agent, right? Man. Okay. So once again, it's not male. Oh, I can customize that. Logbook. Is that the one where I can... No. Just pull up the normal menu. In or not, right? Schedule. There we go. Let's go hit up the hard drive. See, back here, I had some stuff I can do. Okay. But didn't I already complete those? Oh. Okay. Yeah, that ought to do good. I think I might be a little under leveled, obviously, as it recommended level 28. My characters are level 20. Let's see just how horribly I do. After all, if we lose, it's not like it's game over or anything. We just get sent back to the menu, right? Nice effect on the sword. Resonium. That's cool. I should have just actually, like, swapped to running. Oh well. Ah, we can't go down there. And unlimited blade works. No, just go through that. Thank you. No need to dodge it. We want to go in there. There we go. Better timing, better timing. Wrong button again. There we go. Nice, nice. Man, this game's like a feast for the eyes. All the stuff going on. Start things out nice and strong. I was told that I hold on to my trigger attacks too much and I need to use them more. So we are going to definitely try that. Oh, I'll pull her in there just in time to get slobber knocked. There we go. Oh, that was... There we go. Better. Well... Oh, and shower down. Oh. I do need to level my characters up. They were, whenever they were actually getting hit, they were taking a lot of damage. So. Let's just do the more normal leveled one. Oh, no, wait. That was still at recommended level 28. Do I have the resources to level my agents up to that? Okay. And you as well. There we go. Alright.
1匹、2匹、揃っていますわね。
There's the handbook. Things and stuff, stuff and things. You know what? I should go outside and get all the bonuses you get for logging in. And the little attack boosts and that, like, that would help. Hold on. Kick is seeing my stream is misconfigured. Your resolution exceeds the maximum allowed height and width. I'm just doing 1080p. That's weird. Why are you being weird? Oh well. Okay. You know what? Kick has always been a bit odd. So let's just keep going. I'm just gonna take the straight up vanilla, give me more attack option. I do love the amount of character that we see in all these little showcases, little cinematics. Now then, 10 Master Special. Thank you, sir. How you doing, Bubba? Thank you, sir. Dude's been watching too many horror movies. That sounds like kind of goofy ones at that. Any more of those carts around? Nope. You're still talking to the cat. Dolly. Holy device. Sup, cat? Huh. Kind of reminds me of some of the old Detective Conan. Oh, hey, how you doing? I'm sorry, I just noticed you in chat. Audrey Thompson, how are you today? Thank you for stopping in. Let's see here. I try to stream on Monday and Wednesday nights. Those are the days I know I'm going to be off work. And what I stream is kind of random. I recently have had a few friends pick up this game. Zenless Zone Zero. The characters are really cool. A lot of fun. Very anime. So I was like, you know what? I'll give it a shot too. See if this old man can play. Well, thank you. And thank you for stopping in. What mission is it trying to get me to do? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm still learning all the menus and where to find things. Oh, let's see. Ones I've streamed recently, or ones I've just in general, if I'm playing games, I'm trying to stream them, have been The Last Caretaker. I played the demo for Iron Nest on stream, and I also tried out the Truck Coon is Supporting Me from Another World gameplay demo, which was very much like Crazy Taxi. And then Zenless Zone Zero. Yeah, the Truck Coon is Supporting Me from Another World. You're basically playing Crazy Taxi, but whenever you hit things, you send them to another world. Sure, carry on. Buastrom? Buastrom, maybe. I actually do have a setup with a lot more stuff going on, but I had a few viewers who actually have been around for a little while and said that the amount of stuff I had on screen was distracting and it wasn't as fun to watch. And I honestly can't afford to commission people to make a minimalist custom stream. I would like to someday though. Sure, I don't mind. Yeah, I'm always able to listen. If nothing else, I can just, you know, put it back in my head as advice. After 40 years, I've heard a lot of different opinions, and some of them have been really great advice. And it's free to listen. I do, though. I've had quite a few attempts to hack or hard sell me stuff through Discord. There's actually quite a few mission objective icons in this area. Well, let's talk to this little police officer. Hey, Zach. Oh man, I'm liking it. It's been a lot of fun. I am proving to be nowhere near as fast on the reflexes as I was on games similar to this in my 20s and 30s. Which one was your favorite? There's actually quite a few good ones. And there's a lot of great bros in the game too. I remember the absolute frenzy that Jane Doe caused when she hit the scene. Like Ellen Joe or Ellen Joe? Yes. Oh, Bernice is great. It's a bit of a how do I put it? I do take some issue with the fact that she straight up in lore cannot have fun unless she's drinking and is to some level intoxicated. However, she is a bartender. That's what she does. Juyuan and Grace are probably among my two favorites of the more normal, non-sensationalized characters. They were both great, but they have gotten, yeah, man. What's the term? Oh wow, parking is just under a mile away. Yes, I'm not 100% sure of what all it entails, but would a drunken party girl like Bernice be what some people call a landmine girl? I'm not sure. Yeah. You know what I'm noticing here? On this character, the what people on Zhuyuan call the handlebar on her back of her belt. Here you can definitely see that this officer's is clearly like a nightstick. But everybody calls Zhuyuan's a handlebar because it's smaller. Yeah, I also thought that maybe if it had been like attached to like her vest or maybe a little higher up, it really does seem like a drag handle for like tactical situations if you get downed. And considering she's practically special forces, that would make sense to a certain extent.
遠い、疲れた。車止められるとこ全然近くになかったね。こんなに歩くんなら最初から地下鉄にすればよかった。
Oh, yeah.
悪い、うっかりしていた。ちゃんと駐車場を調べてくるんだったな。
運動不足はお兄ちゃんだけでしょ。私はね、イアスに便乗して走ってることにしてるだけの。それに最近ご無沙汰なのは運動だけじゃないよ。お兄ちゃん、前にジャトヤとご飯食べてから私たちずっと美味しいもの食べてないよね。
Yeah, the position of the handle has been brought up many times in discussions and art.
はは今日はやけに出かけたがっていたと思ったけれど、本当の目的はそれだな。
Is that a Pippa face? I can't quite tell. What's the matter, Stug? 1 second. What's the matter, Bubba? Oh. I thought you were choking or something. What's with that noise? Pippa. She's a fun one. Yeah, Stug just made a noise, and I swear he changes up his noises to get more attention. He just did like some kind of, I don't know, something between a growl and a gurgle, and I thought he was like maybe choking on something. But no. He was just pushing a toy around. Oh, he is a little too smart. He knows to change up his noises to get attention. He also has really adjusted well to me working really long shifts. But the poor guy, whenever I get home from like 13, 14 hours of being out working, I open the door and he immediately runs outside and starts peeing, and he will like grunt while peeing. He's holding it in so hard. He's such a good boy. He tries so hard. I do feel bad. But thanks to those long shifts, I'm gone less often, so he doesn't have as often to deal with me being gone.
どうどう？用事が済んだらさ、この辺でご飯食べて帰ろう。
いいよ。今月はまあまあ収入が上向いてきたから。
I would think he would be cool with it being a buffet for his sister, because like you pay one price and she gets to eat as much as she wants in various different types of food.
やったー！お兄ちゃん大好き。近くに美味しいとこがあるか調べるね。電波が。
リン、どうした？
壊れちゃった？リン！
There they are.
大丈夫？怪我はない？
リン、無事か？怪我は？
うん、大丈夫。あれ、私たちどっかで会った？会った？
ああ、いや、混乱しているんだろう。
Mission unthinkable.
シュエンさん、ジンイ、さっきは本当にありがとう。二人が助けてくれなかったら。
You know, I do like Qingyi as well, because she's just so chill all the time. I mean, though almost every character in this game is cool for one reason or another. I have a friend who does not like Anton for some reason of Belobog, but I thought he was really cool. He's just a bro. Yeah, and like the Japanese bro, like Kamina, and that like.
気にしないでください。市民を守るのが治安官の責務ですから。それにこちらこそ調書の作成で時間を取らせてしまいました。
Yeah. Hello, Ossifer. Take me drunk. I'm home. Also, like, why was there a sports car blazing down the sidewalk?
事故を起こしてしまった運転手だけれど、
お気遣い痛み入る。運転手は軽い怪我で済んだが、ことのほかショックが大きかったようでな。事故前後のことを全く覚えておらぬそうだ。だが、案ずるでない。兵来たらば小で防ぎ、水来たらば土で塞ぐ。とは個人の言葉。治安局がいずれ真相を明らかにするであろう。
I don't know if this is true, but I've been told by friends that Qingyi speaks in a older fashioned long form way of speaking, whereas like Japanese often tries to maybe the word would be like truncate, shorten things. Modern Japanese does. Apparently Qingyi speaks in a much older tone. Also, I like that she carries a duty knife by her taser up in the center of her torso, but with the handle pointing up. Her chin would be in the way if she did try to draw it. But overall, I like the fact that she has a backup blade. At my job, we can't wear any sort of blades or anything like that that could be possibly wrestled from us or taken. So an open blade like that, even like emergency medical scissors, have to be worn in a holster that can be secured closed so that they can't be easily taken.
もうこんな時間ですか。二人とも今日はもう帰って大丈夫ですよ。
二人とも改めて妹が世話になったよ。
シュエンさん、ジンイ、6分街に来ることがあったら私たちのビデオ屋に寄ってね。会費無料で会員カードを作ってあげる。主らは6分街に住んでおるのか。ならそう遠くないうちに再びまみえるであろう。
You would think that would be okay, but there has to be a, how do I put it? A non-offensive duty-related reason to have something added to your kit. In the case of like emergency medical scissors for our staff that are EMS or first responder trained, they have a reason to carry scissors. Blades in general are considered to be offensive and not defensive. We can't even carry long flashlights or batons because those are seen as possibly used in aggressive manners, we have to use short lights no longer than our hand. Our hand is wide, I should say. So that way, there obviously you have some really good lights out there that are in that length. But you know, we're not out there to start fights.
そうなの？
And since I'm not a police officer, also, I do not have the legal protections or standing that like a police officer would. So, yeah. Other than basically observe and defend, that's my main things. Even then, I've probably said a little too much about what I do at my job.
先輩、そういう曖昧な言い方をしないでください。家に治安官が押しかけてくるのか。
I do like how honest Zhuyuan is. Like, she doesn't even like being vague.
すみません。先輩が今言ったことについては、これを見てもらえると。
Ah.
治安パトロール強化月間イベントアンケート。
私とチンイー先輩はこのイベントの準備のため長官命
Yeah,
令によりこのルミナ
I
ハウス
had
に
a
臨時で派遣されてき
3-inch
たのです。
folder in my pocket. I've always tried to carry, you know, a small blade and a source of fire on my person, generally as an adult, most of my life, except for in places I am not allowed to. And no sources of fire allowed, as my job can take me near areas that have volatile chemicals, gasoline, stuff like that. And then the blade was, I think it was a 3-inch folder, and they were like, "Nope, this is long enough to be offensive." And so I talked to them, you know, what's considered non-offensive, and basically it was like a plastic box cutter kind of thing, but it was plastic, and the blade itself was plastic. And even then, they were like, "You do need to have a reason to carry this. Would you be opening boxes in the process of your daily, your daily routine, your daily patrols?" No. And I'm not. That's not my job. No. Okay, then you don't need this. Great, thanks. Level 4 body armor and sidearm, though. Need those. But a plastic knife? That's too much. You're going too far.
もう少ししたらここで市民向けの大規模な安全講習会が開催される予定なんですよ。より多くの市民に参加してもらいたいので、私と先輩は付近の各街区でアンケートを配って回ります。
Seeing that grin that Zhu Yuan just had on reminds me, have you seen the trailer of her where she was supposed to be recording some kind of PubSec promotional video? And she is being so by the book that all the dramatic shots they want are not dramatic because she won't allow them to speed, or she will not speed for the patrol footage, quote unquote, they wanted. And like, she's doing everything as she should by the book, and ends up ticking off the people recording the video because she's so by the book and so honest.
そういうことなら歓迎だ。
ありがとうございます。このアンケートは先に渡しておきますね。もしイベントに参加するつもりであれば、記入したものを私たちが6分街へ行った際に渡してください。
それでは店長のご両人、また。へえ、6分街に住んで長いけど、こういうことで治安官がわざわざ訪ねてくるって初めてじゃない？それはさておき、お兄ちゃん、一個話しときたいことがあるんだ。
ちょうど僕もその話をしようと思っていた。けど、治安局の近くでするのはやめた方がいいな。
Wise sometimes can have almost like villainous or slightly anti-hero eyes, the width of his iris and the narrowness of his eyes.
とりあえず家に帰ろう。
Okay, I recognize the symbol for month. So that's real Japanese. I was just thinking to myself, is that real Japanese? And then I saw the symbol for month. I'm like, yep, no, that's real Japanese. I did not know if maybe the setting had like some kind of custom language, you know, some kind of blend of Asian like character sets. Of course, a public security meeting is nowhere near as interesting as like a free food thing. Also, that armored van, that's a beefy brick right there. Holy crap. Oh, it's got like cameras for the rear views instead of actual mirrors. Yeah, super low. Like this thing is meant to like steam clean the streets. It reminds me a little bit of some of the trucks you'll see in the heavy work sites out near the steel mills and stuff that have an electromagnet on the front bumper they can turn off and on. So it pulls shards of steel up to stick to the bumper instead of running them over. Then they can like go to a designated spot, pull the bumper over just over the edge of a lip, turn off the electromagnet, and the shards fall off in the hole. And it keeps them and their customers from constantly losing tires to shards of metal. I've seen some old trucks where they just had a giant piece of iron with a bunch of magnets slapped to it that's hung by chains down in front of the tires, and I guess that works too. What's the Lucky Boo doing? Okay, now Bill wants to.
やっとさっきの話の続きができるね。シュエンさんとチーンのことお兄ちゃんも気づいたと思うけど、私たち初めましてじゃないよね。
初めまして。
怪物と戦ったあの日、白衣重工から通報を受けてフォローの現場に駆けつけてくれた治安
You
官
know,
がいた
they
よね。
mentioned two officers that came in. I thought they'd be Tingy and Zuyuan.
お兄ちゃんはイアスの中で普通のボンプのふりしてたから、向こうは白衣重工以外に誰かいたなんて思ってもいないだろうけどね。
Apparently, the whole like synchronizing with slash working through your Bangbu is super rare, if not exclusive to these two.
リンがうっかり彼女たちの前で言ってしまわなくてよかった。僕が
お兄ちゃん、二人にはまた会うかもしれないわけだし、念のためにもう一回イアスの視覚記録を確認してみようよ。
フェアリー、あの時のデータを出してくれるかい？
はい、マスター。ご要望に合致する映像記録を発見。
ご協力ありがとうございます。事件の経緯は8割方把握しました。本日早朝、キャロットを積んだボンプの故障で、あなたたちは誤ってフォローの、そしてここで正体不明の怪物に襲われた。故障したボンプというのはこれですね。
ああ、でも部品の新色だけかもしんねえし、まずは点検だな。
Chingy's like, no, I got this.
我の錯覚であろうか。こやつ妙に利口そうな顔をしておる。ひとたびそう見えると、何やらずる賢いようにも。
A friend of mine thought that the little squares around Chingy's belly button were USB ports, and I was like, that would be kind of funny if she could like charge things that way.
何してるんですか。先輩ダメですって。通報者の前ですよ。そんなこと言ってクレームが入ったらどうするんです。どうやってフォローに迷い込んだのかはさておき、白蟻重工が普通ではないものに遭遇したのは確かなようですね。
しかり、このような奇妙な性質、記録に我が詳しく見てみよう。
Yeah, you don't need any extra ports.
結晶内部の何かペロ。
やめてください先輩。医学観察家ではない治安官は規定により勝手に証拠を調べてはいけないんです。それにいくら先輩の組対が高侵食特化だからといってさすがに危険すぎますよ。
長官、現場はこちらです。で、そのけだもの、いや極悪非道な犯人は。
ブリンガー長官、どうしてこちらへ。
お、現場の担当はシュエンとチンイか。後で連れてきた犯人と私をいい角度で写真に撮ってくれたまえ。そ
Oh
うす
boy.
れば明日の一面。
長官、ここに犯人はいません。通報者を襲ったのはエーテル。
ん？なんだと？要はただのエーテリアスということか。
いえ長官、敵は特殊な性質が見られ、フォローの異変か新たな犯罪の産物である可能性が。
まあそのだ。いいかシュエン、治安官として警戒を怠らない姿勢は立派だが、間もなくそんな時期にフォローで正体不明の怪物だなどと私の票にいや市民たちを不安にさせてしまうだろう。よって軽率に治安局から情報を発表するわけにはいかん。
ご安心ください。収集した証拠はハンドに引き渡し、専門的な分析にかけてもらうよう申請しました。
何？証拠をハンドに引き渡す？君たちのやり方は間違っていない。君たち二人は私が常に全幅の信頼を置いてきた部下だ。これから君たちには非常に重要な任務を任せたい。
誰が見たっておかしなエーテル活性体なのに、ブリンガー長官は興味ゼロだったね。まあハンドに証拠を渡すこと自体は反対しなかったみたいだけど、今気づいたんだけどさ、ブリンガー長官が言ってた重要な任務ってルミナ文書の安全講習イベントだよね。
Well, I had ordered some dinner for me and Stug to arrive. You know, it's coming quite a ways, but just some stuff from Walmart. Give Stug a little treat, and then I'd like to have something other than like ramen and peanut butter sandwiches. And it's delayed. This is like the third time it's been delayed. Holy crap. We've gone from it'll be here at 7 to now, you know, it's almost 10 o'clock. Yeah. I wonder if they'll even deliver it this late. Looks like they want to try still, so I've got no reason to say no if they still want to try. I mean, they've already got my money.
わざわざ主演さんたちに任せるんだもん。よっぽど特別なイベントなのかな。
Getting the troublesome ones out of the way is what's going on.
フェアリー、何か情報はないかい？
ルミナスクエア治安パトロール強化月間で検索中。複数のメディアで言及を見つけました。今月に入ってから市内で重大事件が頻発していることを受け、ヤヌスク治安局は治安維持と市民の防犯意識向上のため、治安パトロール強化月間イベントの展開を決定。同イベントには一線で活躍する捜査課の治安官が数名特別に派遣され、今回のイベントの発起人としてヤヌスク総局の副総監ブリンガー氏もルミナ文書。その際、長官は今回のイベントを担当する治安
ブリンガー長官が直接会場にってだけじゃなくて、メディアもたくさん来るんだね。
Now what? They don't have the option to cancel it either, but it's like not even picked or anything. Yeah. Just cancel it. You're gonna be here at like 10, 11 o'clock at night. One second, I'm gonna figure out, because now it looks like they want me to cancel it, but there's no button to cancel it. They just sent me a text that I need to like reschedule it. Great. if I reschedule it to tomorrow. There we go. And now can I cancel it? Request cancellation. Okay. Man.
お兄ちゃん、今の聞いてたでしょ？シュエンさんとチーンも一緒にインタビューを受けるんだって。治安官にとって、お兄ちゃん、この安全講習ってやつ、どう思う？
I think this seminar's a sham.
市民のための安全講習なんだ。言って損するものでもない。治安局のお偉いさんも来るなら役立つ情報が聞けるかもしれないしな。
よーし、じゃあそれで決定。後でシュエンさんたちが6分街に来るとき、私たちもイベントに参加したいって言いに行こう。
Yay, immersive storytelling portion. What was the workbench? Oh yeah, it was this thing. Alright. That's right, you can't do much once you're in the immersive storytelling portion. They want you to just go and do the thing.
近頃不穏分子が活発になりつつあります。ヤノスク治安局は市民の皆さんに防犯知識を身につけてもらう目的で治安パトロール強化月間というイベントを展開します。もうすぐルミナ分社で専門的な安全講習を開きますので、時間があればぜひご参加ください。
治安局が市民向けに行うイベントですか。懐かしいですね。実は私も何年か前に参加したことがあるのです。私はご来場の皆様に引き立てのコーヒーを無償で提供したものです。当時のですが惜しいかな。現在の治安局は至るところに芳香剤の香りが漂うようになり、コーヒーを味わいながら気兼ねなくお話のできるような場所ではなくな。
それは
時が経つにつれ、美酒などはますます芳醇になるものですが、かえって悪くなってしまうものもあるのです。ですので私は店のコーヒー豆が人様にため息をつかせるような運命をたどらぬよう。
円蔵殿、資料を拝見する限り6分街でカスタムショップを経営しておるとのこと。講習に興味はおありか？
I think that he does the car mods that the proxies had done to their vehicle.
いやー、裏若いお嬢さん2人に誘われちゃ 当然参加しない手はないんだけどな。その日はちょうど俺の一番上のおばさんのそのまた2番目のおばさんの
My
じいさんの
second
息子
aunt's
のいとこの結婚
grandfather's
式なんだ。
son's cousin is getting
大
married.
事な
That's a
親戚を呼
chain.
んで欠席するわけにはいかなくてな。
なるほど。それではその大おば様にご結婚おめでとうとお伝えくだされ。
Chingy is wise to your BS, man.
ああ、そうだ。もうすぐ車を取りに来る客がいるんだった。急に。
シュエンさん、ジンイ、おはよう。
アキラくん、リンちゃん、あなたたちでしたか。おはようございます。
これ僕と妹の分。
それは良好。もし主らが来てくれなんだら、我らはまだ一人も参加者を集められずにいるところであった。
先輩、何もそんなあけすけに言わなくても。
Blunt has a nice place in the world too, Shuyon.
なんだ、我の申したことは事実ではないか。別に彼らも知らぬ中というわけではないのだから良いであろう。さあさあ、ジンイの言う通りだって。でも6分街の人たちが誰もイベントに行きたがらないのはちょっと不思議だね。私のイメージだとみんな熱心に協力してくれそうなのに。
何か僕たちに手伝えることはあるかい？
そういうことで言えば、主ら二人に教えを請いたいのだが、六分街の住民台帳には名前だけで住所は登録されておらん者たちがいる。ちょっと見せて。アシャさんにチョップ大将、このスパイクさんっていうのは多分だけどうちの会員のおじさん、ちょうど知り合いばっかりだよ。
なら僕と妹で彼らにアンケートを渡してくるのはどうかな。
そうしよう。六分街のみんなって普段あんまり治安局の人と関わんないから警戒しちゃってるのかも。でもご近所の私たちから説明すればみんなちゃんと聞いてくれると思うよ。
ですが、あなたたちの手を煩わせるわけには。
こんなのはお安いご用だ。
シュエン、門をいでては道を尋ねよ。
そうですね。ありがとうございます。二手に分かれてまたこの近くで落ち合うようにしましょう。
I probably shouldn't say this, but even if a friend brought me a questionnaire asking way too much personal information and saying, "Oh yeah, no, it's totally from public security," I'd just be like, "Yeah, you have fun with that." Don't put in his address for him. You know, if he decides he doesn't want to put in his address, that's his thing. So does having cameras everywhere and devices in your vehicle that can just turn it off at the, press of a button. That's reasonable though, dude. Though an old dude doesn't want to go all the way to town to listen to them talk about security. I, yeah, 6th Street has some unique folks on it. I'll give it that. I mean, let's not even bring up the fact that you have just a cup on your belt. Like, looks like just a coffee cup. Might be reusable, like, you know, a plastic cup, but still. Like, you ever have to bend down or pick something up off the ground, you're going to pop the top off, you know, dump it out. Huh. How much do you know? Asha? 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 I don't know. General Chop has a shop. You know, I would assume that Mr. Chop wouldn't want to leave his shop just to hop downtown.
Oh, Akira ni Rin. Yoku kita na.
So it's Akira and Rin in the Japanese?
客から聞いたぞ。あの治安局の嬢ちゃんたちを手伝って、チラシだかなんだか配って回ってんだってな。
チョップ大将。
こういうとこに店を開いてると、何かと事情通になるんだよ。
Talking to General Chop does remind me, I've always wanted to make noodles from scratch. You know, like you see him make the noodles every time. I would really like to try that sometime.
とにかく、その日は用事があんだ。参加できねえと、治安官さんに伝えてくんだ。
At least the dude's straightforward.
やっぱり実はチョップ大将も参加してくんないだろうなってうっすら感じてたんだ。さっき主演さんたちに大見え切っちゃったんだけどな。
なんで俺もっつうのは。お前さんたち他の連中にも断られたのか？
I mean, you know, General Chop, this is kind of shady. We're running around helping police get people's address and stuff that didn't want to give it up.
そうなの。アシャさんでしょ。スパイクおじさんに
よくよく考えると、みんなが断った時の態度は少
Is
し嫌だ。
PubSec threatening to install flock cameras or something?
僕たちが考えているようなものじゃないのか？
ま、そういうこった。リン、アキラ、チラシに書いてあるこの男、誰？
ブリンガー長官だよね。今回のイベントの発起人だって。
I didn't mean to cut Chop
な
off.
らこいつは聞いたことあるか？かつてのエリートの時代、治安局にはフォローを征服した英雄がいたって話を。
Nope.
それは聞いたことがないな。
あの頃住民たちはブリンガーの野郎をそう呼んでたんだよ。旧都陥落前、ブリンガーの野郎はちょうど俺の住んでたとこで 文書の副所長をやってた。
Were you in the police?
現場からの叩き上げだったせいか、副所長になっても現場主義のままでな。住人たちとの距離も近かったし、そりゃ好かれてたのよ。ある救援活動の途中、あいつがフォローの中で行方不明になった時は、誰もがフォローでくたばったんだと思ってたが、奴は奇跡的に生還した。そんでフォローを征服した英雄になったブリンガーの野郎は、ほどなくしてヤヌスクの治安総局に栄転。ここ数年も
なんだか励みになる話だね。
これだけならな。フォローを征服した英雄はフォローの中にガッツを置いてきちまった。今じゃもっぱらそう言われる始末だ。
I could see people like getting lost in the hollow and almost dying as making them kind of a little more timid. I mean, it's a place where you just straight up can't escape without outside help, practically.
ブリンガーは未だに金言実直を公言しちゃいるが、俺たちみたいな古株に言わせりゃ、カメラの前でそう言ってポーズを取ってるだけさ。それにここ数年、あの野郎は明らかにトップスにすり寄ってやがる。あいつが治安局で進めてるとかいう取り組みのほとんど、
Yep,
住
nope.
民のためだ
He's
なん
putting
だ
up
と言い
flock
つつ、
cameras.
結
He's
局は大企業を潤してしまいのもん。もうそろ市政選挙も控えてるが、あいつは今ヤヌスクの次期総監を見据える場所にいる。この時期にやれイベントだ。てめえの顔をチラシにするだ。
yeah, I'd say yeah.
そう考えると、ブリンガー長官がやっていることは少し公平さに欠けるような気もするな。
そうとも。安全講習だなんだってのは別にやったらいいが、その後ろでブリンガーの野郎が何か企んでるのかと思うと、心穏やかに参加できねえってなもんよ。
Being as much of a goody two shoes as she is, can Zhuyuan even like comprehend that her superior would be doing that?
チョップ大将、教えてくれてありがとう。
ま、そういうわけだ。悪いな。今回ばかりはお前さんたちの力になれそうもね。
お兄ちゃん、ひとまずご近所さん3人のところは回ったし、ちょっと言いづらいけど、帰って主演さんたちに結果を伝えよう。
Yeah, it do be about that time. Let's tell him. Boy, that's a big kitty. It's a heckin' chunker.
6分街中を走り回ったのに、講習に参加したいという市民は10人にも満たない。
主演、人事を尽くして天命を待つとは個人の言葉。
先輩はお気楽に言いますけどね、講習を行う会場の収容人数は300人ですよ。このままだと当日は半分だって埋まりません。
It'll only have barely 10%.
ブリンガー長官がイベントにこの場所を選んだのも、付近に住民が多く参加者を集めやすいと踏んだゆえであることは自明。それがどういう巡り合わせか。ここの住民の多くは長官の以前の管轄から
Okay,
越してきた
Chingy
者たちばか
flew
り。
in pretty quick.
どんな面倒な任務もため息一つつかない主が、今日に限って何故かように落ち込んでおるのか。任務を果たせぬこともそうだが、長官が非難されるのを見るのも。
ブリンガー長官が私をフォローから救ってくださらなかったら、私は治安官になることはおろか、ここ数年長官の評判が芳しくないことは知っています。ですがあの人はたった一つしかない対侵食装備を子供に譲るという選択のできる人です。
I wonder if he's
そんな人
kind
が
of like a,
どうして
I
悪い人に
wouldn't
なれると。
directly say a Captain Quark kind of character, but wants to be a hero, but is a bit too, like, self-loving, self-indulgent, maybe?
確かに長官はトップスと親交がありますが、それは治安局の設備の多くがトップスとの共同開発であるため、それに長官もよくおっしゃっているじゃないですか。今の立場では変えられないことも多いのだと。
祀るべくなきを祀るはへつらいであり、義を見てせざるは言うなきなり。
はい。
本来祀るべきではない御霊を祀るのはただのご機嫌取りであるということ。また身を呈するべき時に手をこまねいているのはすなわち臆病であるということよ。
I can see what Chingy's saying here, but I can see it as being very harsh.
我らは治安官として何をすべきで、そして何をすべきではないのか、ブリンガー長官のなすことには人によって異なる解釈があろうが、彼自身にやましいことがあるかどうかは己のみぞ知るところであろう。その心にやましいところがなければ、一時の誤解はやがて無償しよう。
そうですね、先輩。あ、誰か来たようです。
ごめん、話の途中だったかな。
大丈夫です。雑談していただけですから。
アンケートは渡してきたんだけど、その日はみんな用事があるみたいなんだ。
大丈夫です。彼らに取り次いでくれただけでも十分感謝しています。6分外ではこれ以上アンケートを取れそうにありません。今日のところは私と先輩は局に戻りますね。
ちょっと待った！治安官の嬢ちゃんたち、待ってくれ！
Oh, General Chop, what's up?
よかった。まだ行ってなかったが。
Dang, Bubba, you sound rough.
チョップ隊長、どうしたんだい？そんなに息が上がるくらい走ってきて。
いや、なんつうか簡単には説明できねえんだが、とにかくあっちで事件だ。今はまだ睨み合いってとこだが、嬢ちゃんたち早く来てくれ。
事件発生ですね。
おお、じゃあ俺と来てくんな。
お兄ちゃん、私たちも様子を見に行こう。
It's probably okay. I can just walk, right? Oh, down an alley. Uh-oh. Hmm.
近くに治安官がいると言ったのはお前らだ。そいつらに判断させよう。犯人も何を盗もうとしたのかも明らかなんだ。
運転手さん、その明らかという点については異議を唱えざるを得ません。それは
皆さん落ち着いてください。私たちは治安官です。ここで何があったんですか？
やっと来たか、治安官さん。話はこうだ。俺はゲール、天満エクスプレスの運転手で、この近くに配達に来たんだ。さっき荷物を届けて、次の届け先に電話してたら、突然トラックのあたりからドンという音が聞こえたんだ。淡くって車のそばまで行ったら、コンテナに積んであったアヒルがあちこち逃げ出してるじゃねえか。車のそばには慌てふためくボンプが一匹。そいつのことさ。
Gift change. I forgot that his name was so simple. Literally what it does. What he does. It does.
お兄ちゃん、あれって雑貨店141のお釣りじゃない？
治安官さんよ、今回の件ははっきりしてるぜ。俺がトラックの異変に気づく車に積んであったアヒルたちは農場で専用に育てられた新種だ。1、2羽でもいなくなってみろ。俺の1ヶ月分の給料でだって弁償できねえんだぞ。
運転手さん、あなたの証言は記録しました。
勝手にドアが開いたってのか？お前がコンテナを開けた後、うっかりしてアヒルを逃がしたんだろ。
Do bank boos have that much dexterity with their, like, stumps?
運転手さん、あなたのお釣りに対する態度はあまりにも手心というものがありません。治安官さん、隣人としてお釣りの名誉のために言わせてください。私は日頃からこの子をよく知っています。決してこんな常識に外れたことをする子ではありません。
じゃあ教えてくれ。俺のコンテナには間違いなく鍵がかかってた。なんだって勝手に開いたんだ。
Dude, if it was locked, how did just a bank boo get it open?
このところ都市やボンプの犯罪は少なくねえ。そいつがやった証拠を見つけて俺の損失を弁償させてくれ。
治安官さん、このままではお釣りは名誉だけでなく仕事まで失ってしまうでしょう。必ずや事件の真相を究明し、お釣りの無実を証明してください。
マスターがあんなに興奮してるのは見たことないね。インスタントコーヒーのこと以外で。
That goes against Tin Master's entire existence, Belle. How could you do that? Oh, man. That reminds me, one time whenever I was in college, I thought it would be a good idea, since I was in a hurry, to just, like, take 2 or 3 tablespoons of instant coffee and down it with some water. Or no, it was instant espresso. And just down it with some water. I got like 2 steps outside my door after downing that coffee with water. And just, I mean, exorcist level puked. I thought this would go down fine. I'm like, you mix them together in the cup, right? Apparently, the body did not like doing the mixing.
まさか6分街でこんな事件が起きてお釣りが巻き込まれるなんて。
お釣りは私たちが6分街に引っ越してきたばっかりの頃から141で働いてたんだよ。私だってあの子がそんなことするはずないって思うもの。でも運転手がトラックの異変に気づいた時、そばにいたのはお釣りだけ。
I still say we're all missing the question of how did give change unlock the door.
あれ、お兄ちゃん見て、みんなどうなったのか聞いてみ。
Okay, I was about to ask, were like the ducks just free and out in the open, but they were in like little cages, looks like, with like little holes for them to stick their heads out too. Huh. Cool thought, whoever designed the cages. Can I talk to Xingyi? No. She's focused.
リンちゃん、アキラくん、あなたたちも来たんですね。
さっき後ろで大体話は聞いてたんだけど、
残念ながらまだです。みんなで状況を分析して少し落ち着いてもらっただけですよ。
今はどんな状況なのか聞いても構わないかな。
ひとまずトラックの周りを一通り見て回った。とはいえ、アヒルが逃げ回った後の他に不審なものは見つからんかったぞ。おまけにこの辺りは街頭カメラがないゆえ、現時点で調査できるのはボンプの視覚記録だが、その2つは技術部門の領分でな、すぐには結論が出せん。
それは結構時間がかかりそうかい？
ええ、おそらく 2、3日は。その間はトラックの運転手もお釣りくんも 日常生活に大きな影響を受けることになりますね。私たちの説明を受けて運転手も一応の譲歩はしてくれました。今日のうちに時間通り配送ができれば和解にですので、ティンさんほか6分街の住民たちはアヒルを探しに行っています。
お兄ちゃん、だったら私たちも急いで手伝おう。
私と先輩も一緒に行きます。
こういう逃げた動物探しというのも
本来は所轄の治安官が担当すべき案件です。ですが今から手続きをして他の治安官を呼ぶにも時間がかかります。それにこの事件には確かに疑わしい点もありますから。
シュエンさん、チンイ、ありがとう。じゃあ私たちも動こう。探し物は大得意だもんね、お兄ちゃん。
Well, seems like we got some kind of hacking going on. We had the driver possibly lose control of his car and almost hit Bell, or Mean. Bell's phone was acting up at the time. Now we've got a Bang Boo feeling dizzy and a lock opening on a truck. No, we can't talk. We're currently in like out of cinematic mode. We just do things through text boxes. Yep. These ducks are more than likely at least semi-domesticated, so set out some feed for them somewhere, and they should come back. We're going to a person's place. Oh. Another malfunctioning Bang Boo. Hmm. Hey, little bub. Okay. I mean, this is incredibly simple. That really wasn't even satisfying. It was so simple. Come on. We have obtained 1 duck. You are now emotionally reliant upon duck. If you do not have duck in your inventory, you will slowly lose health. Just random gossip or confession letter. It's important to the quest, though. You know, I actually have seriously considered getting one of these little K trucks. Because now you can get them imported, and they're supposed to be pretty decent off-road vehicles if you equip them right. And, like, a lot of them are straight-up manual, everything. You know, you don't have to deal with all the electronics that constantly have issues. Yeah, I've seen some of those. And apparently they do come in 4-wheel drive and stuff. And like little diesel engines that are really hardy and tough. I really wish they would repeal all the laws that are requiring vehicles to have, you know, backup cameras, really elaborate electronic systems. Give us back really crappy things like the Geos. Those little cars they weren't great, but for a broke college student, a car that was like 10,000 was a dream. And it had a working air conditioner. Yeah, the windows were all manual. Yeah, you know, you had to buy a CD player for it, but it was a working vehicle for really cheap. And it's not like it was unsafe. That cart right there would go almost halfway under the truck. You may be able to get the duck to move to one side by pushing it under the truck. Yeah, Chingy just pushed a truck to the side. The back of the parking lot. We have 2 ducks in our inventory. We are now very emotionally dependent upon having ducks. But you know, I've heard that the ducks at the park are free. You can just take them. Hey, Duck. You know what? Let's just go with the gag. Chingy's recruiting. I gotcha. Yeah, only one side.
あ、やっぱりお兄ちゃん、前に車使った時ライト消し忘れたでしょ
I love the Japanese word for car. Karuma is literally a blend of the word car and horse. Uma.
おかしいな。確かに消したはずなのに。それに前に車で帰ってきた時はもう暗かった。
どういうこと？ライ
スイッチの故障ですかね。
わかんない。押しても何の反応もないや。バッテリー上がっちゃうから、ひとまずライトのケーブルは抜いとくね。
That's something I used to do to a lot of my vehicles, Zach, was her talking about disconnecting the batteries from the negative terminal or the positive terminal. I would put in one of those interrupts with a fuse in it where you could just turn off your battery. So that way, if I was, or disconnect the battery, really helps, especially in old diesels, keeps them from catching fire.
おかしいな。ちょっと前に車検に出したばっかりなのに、どうして？
リン、気のせいか？
どうしたんです先輩？
終焉よ。主は気づかぬか？我らが今日遭遇した事件には皆車が絡んでおると。
雑貨店のトラックが動かなくなり、カスタムショップを出たばかりの車が故障。アキラくんとリンちゃんの車はライトが、そして天満エクスプレスはアヒルを失った。車両絡みの事件ばかりが4件も起きています。
数日前、午後に私たちが交通事故に遭ったことも含めると5件だね。
リンがあの時ぼーっと歩いていなければ、あそこまで大ごとにはならなかったかもしれないけどね。
お兄ちゃん、私のせいだって言うの？あの時は急にスマホがおかしくなっちゃって、そっちに気を取られてたの。ルミナスクエアの事故に先立ってリンのスマホに何かあったのか？
リンの話では電波が突然なくなって画面にカラフルな縞模様が表示されたらしい。
やはりか。
先輩、覚えていますか？天満の運転手は事件の時電話をしていたと。推測が正しければそこで何か別のことが起きていたはずです。
お釣りも急に頭がフラフラしたと言っておった。同じ原因であると見て良いだろう。
二人とも急に深刻そうな顔をしてどうしたんだい？
リンちゃん、アキラくん、ここ数日で起きた 車に関する全ての事故。背後、まずはアヒルを連れ帰るついでにいくつか調査をします。後でトラックの近くで合流したらあなたたちにも説明しますから。
If only you guys knew a proxy with a super powerful AI. It would make your investigation so much simpler. I kind of like this little car. I also like the idea of using the, like, retro synthwave sun along with the car's defroster stripes to do, like, the retro pixelated horizon look. I would do more things to my truck. I like to make it look unique and stuff, but I also don't like having my vehicle stand out too much. Whenever I was a manager at a restaurant, someone got fired. I was not even there for the shift, but later I was at Walmart and my windows got busted out because turns out they just knew I was a manager at the restaurant and they busted out my windows. I had a what are they called? A peeker sticker of Orkbolg, the main character of Goblin Slayer, looking up over the back passenger window. And very unique sticker. Not many people would have a Goblin Slayer sticker. And they remembered that as the night guy that the manager had on the back of his car, or the side window of his truck, and busted out my windows. Yeah, and sadly, I mean, I do understand you lose your job, you're mad. That doesn't mean you should destroy stuff. I don't understand the mindset of hurting people and destroying stuff. Like, aren't you supposed to protect things? You know? Let's see, hold up. Just got a message from that delivery, and they said that it was... I have canceled it properly. Good. One sec, let me see if this has actually gone back into my account yet. Looks like it has mostly. There's a little bit still missing, but I think that's due to other stuff. Maybe. I don't know. Either way, I will pick up some groceries tomorrow whenever I go visit my grandmother. And I will also pick up some nuggies for the Stuggies, because he has not had Stuggy Nuggies in a little while.
Na, それについては俺が説明してやる。その二人ならさっき来てこのボンプから電流高の記録をコピーしてた。俺には変な質問をしたくらいで急いで行っちまったよ。
聞いてもいいかい？
なあ、事件が起きた時、俺は電話をかけてたんだが、その時スマホに何か異常はなかったかって聞かれた。
That's right, he did say he was checking his phone.
俺のスマホが勝手にオフになったんだよ。どうしてそうなったのかも、なんであの二人がそれを知ってたのかもわからんがな。
Dude, trust the sexy police ladies. They just know things, okay? They got main character energy.
え？あんたのスマホもおかしくなったの？あ、お兄ちゃん、わかったかも。最近起きてるこの異常、もしかして EMP ってやつじゃない？
I was hoping she would say it. EMP.
リンの言ったことはおおよそ当たっておる。シュエンさん、ジンイ、おかえり。運転手殿、 主は EMP 発生装置。
聞いたこともない。なんだそれ。
The fact that he says he doesn't know, I mean, makes me think of the fact I am often amazed at how little what I consider to be basic knowledge people sometimes know. Like, just words like EMP, electromagnetic pulse. I knew that whenever I was a kid. I remember in 2nd grade, whenever they asked us in a science lesson if anybody knew what DNA meant. I was like, deoxyribonucleic acid. I was able to answer. My teacher looked so proud until she asked where I knew that phrase. And I proudly replied, G.I. Joe the movie. And immediately all the pride melted off of her face.
起動することで近くにある電子機器に電流の変調を引き起こすものよ。軽微なら部品の故障程度で済むが、重篤であれば機器全体を焼損させることもある。
Yeah, me and that teacher had a special and strained relationship. She was quite old. Like, she was still teaching in her 70s. And a lot of people do not believe this. However, my father will vouch for it because it was one of the most frustrating weeks of his life as well. My dad had a rule. If you get a paddling at school, you get one at home. Or a whipping at home. That's just the rule. That teacher, every day, for a week, gave me a paddling for not using scratch paper, doing 2-digit addition, because I didn't need it. I just was able to add it up, and boom, boom. And she had given us scratch paper, and it infuriated her that I was not using scratch paper. And I literally said I didn't need the paper, that it was a waste. As like a 6 and 7-year-old, 2nd grade, I was like, don't waste the paper, I can do this. And so she'd give me the paper, I would use the scratch paper for the first few problems, and then I would start getting into into my rhythm and really getting into it and excited about the idea that I was completing all these problems. And she would walk over and she's like, where's all your work? And I was like, I don't need the scratch paper. She said, go wait in the hall. She got all the class to do what they were going to do. Walked out in the hall on the last day. She was like, she said, well, do you know how many licks you're getting today? And I told her. And she said, how do you know? And I said, well, you're just multiplying by 3. And she stared at me and she said, we haven't learned addition or multiplication yet. And then she gave me the paddling, gave me the pink slip, sent it home. And my dad was like, dude, just scribble on the paper. And my dad was not giving me a full whipping like people that I've told this story to before are like, that's abuse. And it's like, no, my dad he had set a standard and he knew that it was fucked up, and actually he got it stopped that week. He was like, hey, what are his grades on these papers that he hasn't used scratch paper for? And I was a straight A on principal's honor roll student. And my dad was like, what's his grades? And the teacher said, well, he generally gets 100%. He may miss 1 or 2. And then my dad said, then he doesn't need the scratch paper. What is the problem? And it was insubordination. And my dad just laughed. He was like, this is absolute BS. You're allowed to paddle my kid for things that he did wrong that deserve a paddling. But my dad just straight up said, whipping him because he's smart is not okay. And but I still constantly got in trouble with that teacher. I didn't get paddlings over small stuff anymore, but you know, I
車両に触れることなく
had a special relationship with that teacher. She would practically write books to send home to my family every week about insubordinate things I was doing. Like, they had a thing they would do in whenever I was a kid. Now I'm 40 years old. Everybody had to have a notebook that we were supposed to write, starting with the number 1, comma, 2, comma, 3, comma. And as soon as you were done with your work, you were supposed to get out that notebook and continue writing letters going up. And it was supposed to be a big thing whenever you got to certain numbers. And it was just busy work to keep us busy. I refused to do it. I would literally do anything but. As a matter of fact, I made the teachers mad because I would do everything but the last question on a paper and then just sit there and daydream until they said, okay, turn in your papers, or started walking around to pick them up, and I would write the last answer. Once again, this is like 1st and 2nd grade. I was already like, no. Once I know how to go to 100, it's just a comma and then another set of 3 numbers. Even as a kid, I was like, no, this is stupid. And so I was one of those gifted and talented kids that got the gifted and talented flogged out of me. By the time I was in 5th grade, the teachers were like, well, now he won't do his homework, and suddenly he's hardly doing anything in class, and he doesn't really care. And I was like, well, no crap, because if I'm done with my work, I get punished. If I succeed in my work, I get punished because I'm standing out too much. We're having to not move on with what the lessons are. Like, I'm reading ahead in all the books because I'm tired of doing the same lesson over and over again because some people just don't care. And so, 5th grade, I was just like, I don't care. And my parents actually took me out of public school and started giving me college courses. College level courses. And I did really well at that. Then I decided I was 17 and I was going to get my GED and just go into the workforce because I was too smart for all this. And that was the stupidest thing I've ever done.
コンテナが開いた時、主のスマホが不調をきたしただけでなく、お釣りの体内電流にも急激な上昇が見られた。いずれも EMP 攻撃を受けたことを示唆するに十分なもの。
つまり、このボンプは俺と同じ被害者で、事件を起こした奴は他にいるってのか？
ええ。これが私たちの導き出した事件の真相です。
なんてこった。俺が短気なせいでさっきはひどいことを言っちまった。すまねえ、お釣りとやら。お前に濡れ衣を着せちまったこと。
He just wants to be back with his family. Heck yeah.
ジャンカンさんたち、こいつを引き起こした犯人は誰なんだ？もう捕まえたのか
？This would be one of those cases that you'd have to be absolute BS, like L from Death Note, to just pull out of your butt who did this, because it seems like the person isn't even there.
今局の方で6分外の監視記録を調査しています。犯人が見つかるのは時間の問題ですよ。犯人は今日だけで EMP 発生装置を何度も使用しています。複数の事件現場に共通して映り込んでいた人物を調べればかなり絞り込めますから。
Is that a phone ring or someone tapping on glass?
ご依頼のあった監視記録
Okay.
の調査が完了しました。これまでに該当する不審人物は1名。
Okay. Does it look to you, Zach, like he has a leveling bubble on his pouch. So that straight up looks like he's got a leveling bubble tube on his pouch under what looks like a place to put identification.
現在通りの出口付近で追跡中です。尋問を行いますか？
Let's just say this officer is always on the level with you.
確保次第すぐにやってください。
了解です。
You have officer level, and then you have his buddy who's even more strict and upstanding, Officer Plum.
申し訳ありません。逃げられました。
先輩、急ぎ捕らえましょう。
Now we gonna see Zhu Yuan whip out her gear. Later, next to the companion hollow on 14th Street.
はい。待ちなさい。おい、何すんだ。
Ching Yi securing the cat. Did she throw the cat?
こちら主演班。容疑者はフォローへ逃走。引き続き追跡する。
了解。頑丈なやつよ。手加減無用であった。
状況は？
犯人はフォローに逃げた。後を追います。二人は避難を。
お兄ちゃん、こっそりついてっちゃ
Oh, those two are really confident to just stride into the hollow without a carrot or any sort of guidance.
お。お兄ちゃん、主演さんとチーンは主演さんたちなら犯人を捕まえられると思うけど、一応私たちもフォローに入って様子を見とこう。何か役に立てることがあるかも。
ああ、あの犯人を見過ごすわけにはいかない。
もしかしてお兄ちゃん怒ってる？あの犯人のせいで私が事故に遭うところだったから。
Well, yeah.
私のことは抜きにしても、今日だけで6分外にいろいろトラブルを起こしてくれちゃってるんだから。お兄ちゃん、準備できたらいつでも出発できるよ。私やみんなのために怒ってくれるのは嬉しいけど、主演さんとチーンは治安官なんだからね。
I swear everybody already knows you two are proxies, okay? Like... You know, Fairy, if not for the fact that, like, shooting legs often leads to very complicated, judicial issues, I would totally agree with you. Shooting to disable generally just gets you in trouble, though. You know, I think the Doomslayer would be jealous of that little pistol's ability to go from pistol to launcher to heavy launcher. Yeah. I absolutely want a gun like that. What do you mean that your 9mm can turn into a rifle, then turn into a rocket launcher? You know what? Now that I look at it, might be too small to be a baton. Although it could be that it just looks like the handle. Thank you, camera.
狙う練習でもします
Though it could be that the baton just looks smaller in comparison to what's behind it.
ルイテリアス用心せい。
素早く制圧しましょう先輩
Okay, I like her fighting style.
照準よし
無理するでない。
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, now that I'm looking at her in-game model, I really do think that's like a retrieval handle or like, you know, drag to safety style piece of equipment.
おとなしく投降しなさい
Dude, you ran into a hollow. What are you thinking is going to happen? Like, if the officers didn't chase you, you would just be stuck in here.
先輩ご無事ですか
大事ない。だが惜しいかな。あと一歩であったというのに。まったく。フォローの中であるというのに無茶をしよる。
If I remember right, Qingyi's like pretty old. I wonder if she had to pass the forbidden fruit test, or if they even talk about it.
ええ犯人はご金製の品を持っているわけですから犯罪地面に残っている痕跡を調べますね犯人は
見なくともよい。あやつは右だ。
先輩どうしてわかるんです
立つ鳥は後を濁し、蛇の道には蛇の灰跡。位置を見て銃を知れば千里とて追えよう。
待ってくださいメモしますからもう一度お願いします
よいか。立つ鳥は後を濁し、蛇の道には蛇の。
もう少しわかりやすい言い回しにできませんか先輩のそれじゃ
No, that's literally look at the footprints kind of stuff.
感覚で間違いはないぞ。我の右手は先ほどから何やらピリピリしておる。
先輩の体に EMP の影響がそんなにも
体には触りないが終焉よ。あやつを捕らえたらうんと厳しく罰してやるぞ。
あらゆる点で一刻も早く捕まえないとですね行きましょう先輩
The, like, shield plate above that makes me wonder if it's part of her gun's parts. Because it looks like a little satchel. Because we got the rockets for her gun, or the grenades, on her left hip. Right hip has part of the barrel for her ult. This shoulder has a barrel, this shoulder has a barrel. So I wonder if that is part of the kit. I don't know. Really cool. It'd be kind of cool to see if there's any kind of supplemental character art that explains it.
手間を増やしてくれますシュエンスタンバイ
ブレイン
射撃を続ける警戒してください任せ犯人は叫びから逃走しました追いましょう
Anything else left to break here? No? Alright.
こちらだ。10円火力に不足はないの？
大丈夫ですよ先輩。弾薬一式フルで持ってきてますから。
さすがの優等生。備えあれば憂いなしであるわ。
備えたせいでプレイが現実になった気もしますが。
ならば次はハーフで良いのではないか？
いえ、マガジンはフル装填しておかないと落ち着かないので。
ならば先輩としてこれ以上は助けになれぬな。生体とおぼしき熱源反応であるぞ。犯人はさほど遠くなかろう。
I like this little bass guitar riff they have going. Mixed with the piano, it's really cool. And like the keyboard saxophone, it's a nice riff.
セーフティー解除。飽和攻撃。
A little wasteful, but kind of wanted to ratchet and clank somebody. Anything breakable? No.
「お兄ちゃん近づきすぎたら2人にバレちゃうよ。もうビビらせないで。
No bang boost? Okay. Oh, it was over here. Got the little hopping. Also like the arms up flailing that they kind of do when they run. Oh. Ah. Dirt. Wait. I'm a dum-dum. The variety of gameplay modes in this game is actually really fun.
お兄ちゃん行ってみよう。
了解だ。
Hmm. Zenless Zone Zero especially has a lot of, like, fun color and energy to it.
Senpai, セキュリティシステムが直りました。
システムが自動で再起動。念用な。
先輩、そういうのは後にしてください。
しかり、まずは犯人確保であるな。
抵抗を休止せよ。射撃を続ける。
浦和につけい。
あなたを逮捕する。昇進よし。
Oh yes. The Loli Baba is a fun trope. I think, and people love it no matter how much other people get upset. That's why Freerin is so beloved and so many other characters like her.
付近に争った形跡なし。なるほど。また EMP の仕業であるね。誘拐。
先輩？誘拐というのは？
犯人はそうと知らず、身に余る火種を抱えておる。すなわち、因果暴動、因果応報。
ずいぶん余裕ですね、先輩。
I really wish that the subtitles for their conversations wasn't in the upper right corner of the screen whenever they're talking and during combat and other times like that, because that I need to look away from what I'm doing. I don't like that. Zhu Yuan will ratchet and clank the heck out of you guys.
さて、治安官の本領発揮といこうぞ。
Took me a second to remember what game mode I was in.
ジーならこんなもの直せしないだろうな。時間を節約してあげないとな。
行きましょう。さすが先輩ですね。あっという間に直してしまって。
はて、我は回路に接続したばかりであるが。
助けてくれなんでエテリアスがこんなに。
容疑者の声です。エーテリアスと鉢合わせたようですね。
なんとも胸のすく思いがするではないか。これがいわゆる悪運悪化であろうか。
言ってる場合ですか先輩。早く救助しますよ。
いや、懲らしめてやろう。
直ちに抵抗を中止せよ。射撃を続ける。
There we go.
Oh, 恐れる必要はあり。そこの市民、落ち着きなさい。周囲のエーテリアスは私たちが片付けました。
本当か。本当に全てのエーテリアスを。俺はもう安全なのか。
When Xingyi gets a hold of you, you may not be as safe as you think.
お前らは
どうした？ここまで追いかけてくるとは想像もしておらんかったか？
いや、俺は随分抵抗したし、まさかこんなにエーテリアスがうじゃうじゃしてる中助けに来るとは。
I'd say apprehend might be the right word, not rescue.
何をたわけたことを。市民を守ることは我ら治安官の義務であろう。だが不義大狩り氏はおのずと破滅を必定と。
その通りだが、なぜ韻を踏んだ？
Yeah, she haiku Jibaba.
そこの市民、新エリートの現行法規に基づき、危険な武器の不法所持、および故意に他人の身体や財産の安全を侵害しようとした罪であなたを逮捕します。あなたの名前は？
カルロ・モロンだ。
ご協力に感謝します、モロンさん。あなたには黙秘権があります。フォローを出た後、あなたは弁護士に連絡するか、公選弁護人協会の支援を受けることができます。先輩、では局に戻りましょう。先輩？
実は道中我ら以外にも誰かがいるように感じておった。
それは倒しそびれたエーテリアスでも近くにいたのでしょうか？
エーテリアスではなく、なんというかもっと小さくてすばしこいものだったような。だが我の錯覚かもしれぬ。何しろ今日は EMP に何度もやられた。主演よ、行こう。モロンを局に連行した後は六分街の皆に逮捕の顛末を報告せねばならぬ。
Yay, we got things.
今日のことは本当に二人のおかげだ。なんて感謝したらいいのか。
気にしないでください。これが私たちの仕事ですから。後で皆さんには治安局より保証について連絡が行きますので。
シュエさん、ジンイ、おかえり。その様子だと犯人はもう捕まったみたいだね。
ええ、彼は局に連行して初歩的な取り調べも終わったところです。
取り調べは順調にいったかい？
順調でした。ここ数日の犯行について彼は素直に自供しましたから。
Dude, just like get off on screwing things up.
EMP 発生装置を使って単に車を盗もうとしたみたいなんですが、操作に不慣れだったせいで予想外の結果をいろいろと引き起こしてしまったんだとか。
でもシュエンさん、確か EMP 発生装置って都市じゃ持ってるだけでダメなやつだよね。
They're actually not that hard to make,
犯人はどうやってそんな
Bell.
ものを手に入れたの？
犯人はとあるホロー強盗団のメンバーです。供述によると、この組織は EMP 発生装置を違法に製造し、車のセキュリティに特化した改造を施していたとのことでした。
その強盗団だけで完結することなのか？
我らもそう思っておるゆえ、犯人にはもう一度しっかり取り調べを受けてもらわねばな。こやつらの罪状を明らかにするためにも。ただこれ以上は調査の内容を公にできぬ。そこは分かってくれるであろう。
まあ、事件の状況はこんなところです。
治安官の嬢ちゃん方、待ってくれ。
チョップ大将、事件について他にも聞いておきたいことがありますか？
いやいや、その辺はもうきっちり教えてもらった。
治安官のお二方、今日はお釣りの疑いを晴らしていただいたばかりか、犯人が今後もたらすであろう被害の芽も摘んでくださったこと、誠にありがとうございました。今朝の非礼についてもお詫びさせてください。先ほど近所の皆さんと相談して、治安局が土曜日に開催するという講習は参加することで一致しました。これは私たちが記入したアンケートです。
え、本当ですか？
Hey, a show that you give a darn goes a long way.
俺たち住民の防犯意識を高めるってんだろ。みんなで聞きに行くのも悪かねえ。それに聞いたんだ。ジョーちゃんたちがここでイベントの準備をしてんのはブリンガーの野郎の命令なんだろ。俺たちがあいつに不満があるからってお前さんたちできる治安官のお仕事を邪魔しちゃさすがに道理が通らねえもんよ。
過分なお言葉です。市民の安全を守るのは私たちの責務ですから。でも皆さんが講習に参加してくれるのならそれはとても助かります。
治安官さん、俺にもアンケートをくれねえか？俺もそいつに参加させてくれ。
よかった。どうにか全部丸く収まったね。ふんふん。これすなわち無心で枝さす柳、図らずも木陰をなす。
Little did they know this was the last time they would ever sleep. Because anxiety's a bitch. Dude. I keep forgetting that he's actually got a pretty nice setup. I also have a vertical monitor, a profile style monitor. It helps on the left. I can have like for me it's on the left side. I can have chat up over there. Always got to do the doom scroll. I actually have 3, and I love it because my right hand monitor, I will put, like right now, it has Streamlabs going on it with its own multi-stream chat monitoring and all of its stuff going on. My left hand monitor, I have, which is the tall one, portrait one. The top half right now has Firefox with all my different tabs where I can check on the streams. The bottom half will normally have like Discord or File Explorer. And then my central monitor is whatever I'm playing. I was really lucky that I had found some MSI monitors on sale. They were apparently no longer in production or were soon to be out of production or something, and so I got them for a steal. Before we jump into the next thing, I am going to very quickly let the puppy outside. He has been very good and has not complained, but we are about 2.5 hours in. Alright, mic's back on. Check. We are live again. Little puppy has been outside and he is back. I put some peanut butter on a piece of bread, so I have a snack. That is going to be awesome. I like to live off of this. Whenever I was a teenager, I thought, oh, it'll be hamburgers every day whenever I'm an adult. No. Back up, little Bubba. I gave you some, but please do not eat my sandwich off my desk. I'll give you a little bit every once in a while. Yes. So, Zach, a friend just sent me a news story. In Australia, a magician whose last name is Hidden has gone missing. And while it's sad that someone's gone missing, I feel the name and the situation and profession just all team up into something that is way too funny. Oh, was it Kirsha? Okay. I haven't checked X or anything about it. Apparently his disappearing act is top class. But honestly, I'll say I had never heard of him. We got Tin Master, we got General Chop. Can I talk to y'all? No? Okay. You sure you want?
シュエンさん、ジーン、また会ったね。店長のご両人、よくぞ来てくれた。
二人とも機嫌が良さそうだ。講習の準備も順調かい？
これも六分街の皆さんのおかげです。自発的に参加してくれただけでなく、いくつかの外区。
シュエンさん、後で副総監と一緒に質問タイムなんでしょ？安心して。誰も手を挙げなかったら、私が率先して質問するね。
It's kind of sad you say you bringing up Kirsha. At work, I have access to a computer, but I cannot sign into it I can't use a lot of different streaming sites on it. And so I want to support like Kirsha, Leaflet, Banana Juju, you know, Mama Chacha or Chacha Mama. You know, Powder, all those. I'd love to support them, but I can't watch their live stuff. I can only watch their archive stuff at work. No, I can't bring an outside one. As a matter of fact, our own cell phones initially were going to be an issue, and they had to get special permissions. Especially since I'm overnight. and 12 hours patrolling and on post gets really, really boring.
それはお手柔らかに
主らは知るまい。終焉はこの手のことが一等苦手でな。緊張して咳をするまいと我の茶壺から3杯も飲んだのだぞ。
Jujuan, you drink that much and you don't have to hit the bathroom in the middle of your
長官
speech.
お客様とお話し中のところ申し訳ありません。
It's kind of hit or miss. It's really kind of odd. I can watch some YouTube streams and then others it will lag out, which could be just horrible internet. I don't know if it's like it doesn't give me the you're not allowed to access this, but it doesn't live streams don't play as well as just normal YouTube content. I don't know what sort of filtering or firewalls they have, but they do heavily curtail all of everything we watch. To the point of another security guard heard a story of a man overdosing on a chemical, and she was just looking that up and looking into the chemical, and they actually deployed another officer to her station to check on her mental status. So.
こちらは先ほど届いた報告書です。カルロモロンから提供のあったフォロー内の複数地点について具体的な座標を解析しました。お二人に目を通していただきたく。
ありがとう。ご苦労様。
また先ほど連絡があり、ブリンガー長官が間もなく到着されるそうです。メディアもすでにあなた方の写真を撮るために待機していますよ。
終焉、我らも
But yeah, like
ならねばならぬようだ。
Kick.com, Twitch.tv, you can't even open those. It just flat out says that these live streaming sites are not allowed. Yeah, it could, and maybe there's something about the constant refresh rather than being able to buffer. Now, sometimes I will watch streams on my phone. However, being too invested in staring at your phone is a good way to get in trouble. You know, you're supposed to be on guard.
なんぞこれは何やら奇怪な座標に見えるが。
奇怪？先輩、何か気づいたんですか？
You mean like background, just having it up in the background? I could probably do that.
どうした？何かあったのかい？
リン、アキラ、すまぬな。受け取った報告書にどうもおかしなところがある。少し主演と相談する必要があるゆえ、主らは先に建物に入っておれ。お兄ちゃん、
Who's a puppy?
カルロモロンって、
Yeah,
この
here,
前
you can have it.
EMP 発生装置で事件を起こした犯
It's
人
like
だよね。
half a full slice of bread covered with peanut butter. Yeah, lip smacking puppy. Oh my goodness.
なんだか嫌な予感がする。
I have actually, to completely and properly answer your question, I have done, like, screen off, and actually even locked my phone and put it in my pocket while I was, like, on patrols and stuff. Which is kind of funny to be doing a patrol in a secure location, and you can hear like Kirsha or leaflet or powder bouncing, echoing off the walls. Just the irony of the like would juxtaposition be the right phrase, of like the cute little anime girl voices in a very serious job. Any sort of headphones or ear blocking items are not allowed. And they don't mind that I have the audio playing. As a matter of fact, it's perfectly okay. It actually shows that there is a presence there and can help prevent uh, people from doing things. You know, security guard. Yeah, they don't block, but they can overwhelm your ability to hear. And I don't want to argue with the paper pushing higher ups who, you know, they're always right no matter how wrong they are, you know. So, but like I say, I'm allowed to walk around with it playing out loud, and I don't care. You know, I'm 40. I don't care. You know, I'm doing my job. If I've got a, you know, Boston accented foxu in my pocket talking about stuff, it's generally okay. If she gets off onto certain topics, Kirsha unfortunately can get a little, maybe not safe for work's the right term. Either way, some of the stuff she talks about can get a little uncomfortable. So if I'm walking around outside a post, I might not play Kirsha out loud. But if I'm shut up in a post, I can listen to pretty much anything I want because it's going to be a small area, and with all the doors and windows closed, I'm behind, you know, a heavy layer of bulletproof glass and security. If anybody complains about the Boston Foxu, you know, they got bigger problems. Hey, how did they get in there with me without me noticing?
先輩、モロンが提供した座標ですが、確か彼の組織が以前に下見をしていたという地点だったはずです。先輩は奇怪と言いましたが、具体的にどういうことです？
主演よ、前に広場で見つかった例の怪物、覚えておるな？
もちろんです。あれの残骸を回収する作業が確か今日の午後に。待ってください先輩。まさかこの2つの事件には関連があると？
かもしれぬ。気づいたのだが、モロンが提供したいずれの座標も残骸を運ぶ自動輸送車の走行ルートと重なっておる。
Why are you crying? Was what I gave you not enough? Are you upset because you want more? Or do you think I have more here? Come on, look. Here. Take a look. There you go. Oh, you're getting heavy. See? It's all gone. Gone. You had the last of it. Oh, he's a kissy puppy. Yeah.
なんですって？
Not so much a fat boy. Actually, Stug is amazingly slim. But whenever he puts his foot on my crotch, he's really heavy at that point. I didn't know it whenever I got this cute little turd, whenever he was, you know, 6-7 weeks old, that the Catahoula is a very, very, very high energy dog and needs to have a job, needs to hunt, needs to do things. And so if he's sitting too long, he does get pretty upset. But thankfully it keeps him in shape. He loves to run. They're also a kind of dog where I can leave food out and he'll just eat what he needs. And so it makes it actually he's pretty low maintenance on that end. I can just have a big old bowl of food and he slowly eats what he needs. Who's a good boy? Aw, puppy. Can you get out of my lap?
モロンの証言から治安局は奴らの狙いを 大企業が希少なエーテル資源を運ぶ輸送車両と仮定した。実のところ企業の輸送車両と治安局の自動輸送車は同じ型式なのだ。
もしそうなら自動輸送車が危険です。車両は今どこに？
確認する。見つけたぞ。信号に遅延はあるが、車両は目的地に近づ
We'll
いて
need
い
to
るよ
trim your nails again, little boy. I will have to shoot.
う。だが記録によ
Have
る
to shoot.
と、およそ15分前、フォロー
Did you
内の
hear
あ
me
る地
say
点で
trimming nails?
10
You
分
didn't
前
like
閉
that?
鎖しておる。
Oh. Kisses will not save you.
10分。一見短いようですが、EMP 発生装置を手にルート上であらかじめ待ち伏せておけば、証拠を持ち去るには十分な時間です。先輩、このことを局に報告しないとすぐに連絡を。
まあ待て主演よ。フォローを走行する自動輸送車はフォロー内の構造変化などによってその場ゆえに自動輸送車が襲撃された根拠はないのだぞ。この段階で報告したところで局は人をよこしたりせぬ。
確かに。ですがそんな悠長なことをしていては間に合いません。
心配事はそれだけに限らぬ。例の怪物の回収は日時が決まって間もないこと。ましてやフォロー内の走行ルートなど
Yep, you got a rat.
民間人には知る
I
由もない。
just now realized that Zhu Yuan's headband is the engagement teeth on a handcuff. It's a little too close to the hinge for actual cuffs, but that's flat out what it is. Holy crap, I've known about this character since actually just before she came out, whenever I saw her trailer. And I just noticed that. It just clicked. Like cuffs. And it's because I was looking at Qing Yi's, like, braided looking ribbons. Maybe they're supposed to be like branches. I'm not sure. And then I looked at Zhu Yuan, and I was like, holy crap, that's a handcuff. And for just a second, I thought it might be like a handcuff clenched around her ponytail or something. But I think it's a headband.
だがモロンによれば、奴の所属する組織はある程度時間をかけてフォローを下見していたというではないか。
Also, the guy's name being Maroon, I keep on reading Moron every time I read it. Every time I read it, I see Moron first.
つまり
Okay, so I'm not the only one.
内通者がいるかもしれないと。
I mean, she's so police themed. You know, the headband should have just been an obvious one. Yeah.
さ
uh,
今輸送車のことを報告するとヤブヘビになりかねぬ。
待ってください先輩。それは服務規定違反ですよ。第
終焉よ。これは一刻を争う事態なのだ。我ら今日の講習には大変な準備を費やした上、メディア
a
も大勢
Maroon
詰めか
5
けておる。
joke, though, that you got me there. It took me just a second when I was like, there could be
と
5?
ころを見せる得難い機会。この場は任せたぞ。我は主の部下だが、それでも先輩と呼んでくれるではないか。今日ひとたびは
See, Chingy,
先輩を信じて
I trust you. And I trust a lot of the people I work with.
証拠
But
品を持ち帰ってくる。
trusting you to be able to take on odds you don't know that you're walking into is the same reason why we don't trust people to go, hey, I got this, you know, I've got this area. Don't worry about it. You know, go in teams.
ブリンガー長官の車です。
長官が到着した。逡巡しておる暇はないぞ。終焉よ。あとは任せた。では
祀るべく亡きを祀るはへつらいであり、義を見てせざるは勇なきなり。先輩が言ってたことですよ。 大事なのは私たちが治安官として何をすべきかを知っていることだと。
You know, I haven't thought about Maroon 5 in so long.
確かに
Matter of fact, like
私は
right now,
長
I'm
官の
trying
影
to
響で
think
この
of a
仕事を選
song,
びました。
and I can't.
ですがそれは彼への恩返しでも褒めてもらうためでもありません。
It's not so much I trust my coworkers. I don't trust the world, if that makes sense. Like, I know my coworker will do the best of to do things to the best of their ability. However, you know, you may need backup. You may need help. Like I say, I'm not a police officer, but still, there's a chance dealing with anything security in the public, you know, that things may go south. There are people who get hurt every day for what seems like no reason at all. Whenever I was 3 years old, my neighbor was 17 working at a local gas station. One morning, she didn't come home anymore. Over the $50 in the register. You know, and we all trusted her to do her job. She wouldn't steal any money. But somebody else decided that $50 was worth her life. And, you know, as a 3-year-old, having that explained to me, and the store being just less than a half-mile away. Ironically, I didn't know until much later that the gunshot that woke me up, I thought was somebody out hunting for deer season, was what made sure that my neighbor never came home. She was a really nice lady. 17 years old, I would consider her to be a woman. She was already getting a job, and she was about to graduate high school. Had her stuff together. She was going to college. Apparent, you know, and everybody trusted her to do her job. The world just wasn't trustworthy.
あの時の長官と同じように誰かを守れる人間になりたい。それだけです。
It is. And it's hard to believe it was 37 years ago. It shook this little bitty town. I mean, you know, we don't even have a population on our sign because there's not enough people worth counting to make the paint worth putting on the sign.
先輩、私も一緒に行きます。あのフォローにいる敵は一筋縄ではいきませんよ。それにブリンガー長官があの時の長官のままならきっと私たちの選択を認めてくれるはずです。
That's a nice, like, going out for the one last hurrah kind of shot you got going there, Juyuan. Jingyi.
あの怪物の証拠が危ない以上、私たちも指を加えて見てらんないね。
前回のようにあの二人を可能な限りサポートしよう。
Are you out of food? Is that what it is? You said that you play, right, Zach? Do you happen to know your friend code, your UID? I guess mine's always in the... Oh, it's behind my chat, but mine's in the bottom corner. add you as a buddy. I don't know if I get any, like, if either of us get anything out of that, but... Oh, what's the matter? What is the matter? Oh, let me, just real quick do some refilling of the food bowl and check, make sure he's got plenty of water. One sec. Ah, NTE was kind of good, but it ended up making me really crave Zenless Zone Zero. Because I had started it like just a little bit over, like a few times. I'd started to play and then fallen off, and then started to play and then fallen off, and so finally I was just like, you know what? The characters are fun. I'm gonna give it a shot. One sec, gonna check the pup's food and water levels. I am back. All right. Steam, the Steam Deck. Oh, this Steam Deck. That's the first computer I've had with more than 8 gigabytes of RAM. Yeah. I'm actually playing Zenless Zone Zero off of Steam. Actually, that's one of the reasons that I did come back. Was I saw it was on Steam. I saw that the Steam machines are either out today or the order is open today. I'm not sure which. I know I have some friends who do not like the idea of the Steam machines, but I think they'll be a great entry point for folks who do not have any kind of computer. Oh, okay. The raffle sign up. Are they giving one away? Or is it to get a chance to buy one? To like reserve your spot? Okay. I was like, if they're giving one away, I'll sure as heck sign up for that. Right now, my computer is okay. I would like to build a better one, but not right now. So, I'm not looking to buy a Steam machine. However, I would love... Oh, man, yeah. Steam has been trying to find ways to deal with scalpers, but it's just not an easy thing to do. It's not easy to do it and make it so that it's not locking out actual normal customers, you know what? But yeah, what I'm actually wanting to do next in the way of electronics is I need to put together a NAS, network accessible storage. And I want to do it myself. I don't want to buy some cloud device. I don't want to have anything on the cloud. I just want to have a backupable storage that if one hard drive goes down, it'll have a RAID system so that no data will be lost. Yeah, I'm glad that Valve is trying to curb scalping. I've seen that, in Japan, card shops are now cutting the corners off boosters. When you buy them, you can't leave without opening them or at least having the boosters opened in some way. It really disgusts me. I'll be honest, it disgusts me to see how card games that should be enjoyed by everybody, especially kids, are being completely co-opted by, streaming neckbeards who can spend ungodly amounts of money on these cards and sit on them and force people to pay exorbitant prices. I was sent a clip by a friend of a streamer who was destroying Pokemon packs because he wanted to raise the value of a certain Pokemon set. And so he was apparently destroying a couple boxes of boosters to make certain cards even rarer or something. I'm not sure. I was just like, oh man. They're even, yeah. People scalping sodas. On one hand, how do I put it? On one hand, I want people to be able to do whatever they want within reason. On the other hand, I absolutely hate scalping. Watch me get a ban on Twitch or something for saying I don't like scalpers.
我らの推測に照らせば犯人はすでに証拠品を持ち出しておるはず。
はい先輩、思ったんですが、犯人が治安局に異変を悟られないよう輸送車の伝送系を破壊していないとしたら、
Yeah.
ドライブレコーダーも生きている可能性が。車両が一時停止していた具体的な場所を割り出せます。
There you go. Good boy.
証拠品は決して小さくはありません。犯人も素早く移動することはできないでしょうし、その過程で痕跡も残しているはずです。これらが行方を探す手がかりになるかと。
I did feel vindicated whenever I forget what type of RAM chipset it was that suddenly dropped in value due to it was either another supply appearing or the chipset going obsolete, but like a bunch of scalpers just found that all their crap was worthless.
理にかなっておる。まずは輸送車を見つけ、我らの推測が正しかったかどうかを確かめるのだ。
Chingy is a Umu. She is one of the great Umus.
輸送車の信号を我はモニタリングできる。いざ行かん。お兄ちゃん、シュエンさんとチーンは。
フェアリー、輸送車の位置はわかるかい？
皇帝、治安局自動輸送車の正確な位置を
フェアリー、2人が最速で輸送車の近くまで行けるよう私たちでサポートするよ。
先輩、輸送車の信号は検知できますか？
そう遠くはないぞ。
Yep, there's another Umu.
今日に限って妙に信号がはっきりしておる。
それはいいことでは。
おう、中華。見たり、輸送車はこの先であるぞ。
先輩、すぐに向かいましょう。ようやく見つけました。これが自動輸送車です。
外観は異常なし。何かが破壊された痕跡も
証拠品の保全が目的とはいえ、勝手にそんなことしたら始末書と言及は免れませんよ。でも今は考えないようにし。あれ、証拠品の入ってる箱ちゃんとありますね。シールで封もしてありますし。
シュエン、ファイルにあった証拠品の写真と比較を行った。シールの角度も。
やっぱり犯人はすでにそうではないと見せかけるためにわざわざこんなものまで用意して、盗むだけではなく、
あの怪物にはどうやら人に知られてはならぬ秘密。シュエン、用心せい。
避けられた。バカ言ってんじゃねえ。相手は捜査課の連中だぞ。そう簡単にやれるか。半日もここで辛抱してたってのに、もうちょい慎重にやれただろうが。そう焦んなよ。情報じゃ奴らは2人だけだ。奇襲は失敗したが、俺たち兄弟なら余裕で片付けられるさ。さっさとやっちまうぞ。治安官がフォローで行方不明になるなんてよくある話だからな。お前らやってねえ。
止まりなさい。公務を妨害するとどうなるか。
問答は無用。こやつらは皆筋金入りの命知らず。我らを生かして返す気など毛頭ないと見える。
直ちに抵抗を休止せよ。
射撃を続ける。
邪魔だ。叩き潰す。どけ。邪魔だ。
我はここだ。
あなたを逮捕する。
主演主の仁王を
I need to remember that certain characters are faster at dodging than others.
直ちに抵抗を中止せよ。
包囲されておる。落ち着いて対応しようぞ。
敵の攻撃は激しい。私たちを制圧するために一体どれだけの人数を。
せい。せいや。せいせい。よっ、己が罪と向き合えん。せいなはせい。ひ。
So I guess the big question is now, how are Bell and Wise going to accidentally reveal that they are the proxy?
ここにまで待ち伏せが。このままだと弾薬が底をつきます。
慎重に対応してください。
セーフティー解除。飽和攻撃。
無理するでない。懲らしめてやろう。
あなたを逮捕する。
There we go.
まずいよ。二人とも建物の中に閉じ込められちゃって。
リン、まずは落ち着こう。確かに主演さんたちは包囲されている。けれど二人のいる場所なら敵もすぐには手を出せない。
True.
近くに何か使えそうなものはないか、今のうちに確認しよう。
Oh, look. There happens to be a heavy 50 cal mounted across the way. Let's use that.
マスター、目標治安官の所在エリアから不安定な空間の裂け目が複数検出されました。一般的なキャロットのデータには表記すらされないものです。この裂け目を利用できれば目標の2人。
お兄ちゃん、フェアリーが空間の裂け目を見つけたよ。
助手2号、フォロー環境であれば私はチーンイ治安官の持つ無線へ安全にアクセス可能です。
待ってよ。チーンの無線になんてかけたら私たちのことがバレちゃうでしょ。
Maybe.
プロ騎士がいるという事実が露見するだけならリスクとしては許容範囲内のはずだ。今はとにかく2人を救うことの方が大事だろう。
確認。マスターの当面の目標は治安官2名を現在のエリアから離脱させること。
フェアリー、それってどう違うの？
That is, those are two very similar
して
objectives.
遠隔通信状況下において治安官2名を現在のエリアから離脱させられる確率はですが、ヒガの戦力差が極めて大きいため目標の周辺環境をリアルタイムに把握できない
つまりシュエンさんとチーンの安全を確保したいならお兄ちゃんがプロ騎士として同行するしかないってこと？
工程ですが、マスターを治安官の面前に立たせることは比較的大きな安全上のリスクをはらんでいます。
もうほんとめんどくさいんだから。シュエンさんとチーンが治安官じゃなかったら何にも迷うことないのに。
リン、チンイーが言ってた言葉を覚えてるかい？
True.
義を見てせざるは言うなきなり。シュエンさんとチンイーはいい人だ。僕たちが将来背負うかもしれないリスクなんかより今手をこまねいていたせいで生涯悔やみ続けることになる方を僕は。
お兄ちゃん、
それにいい方向に考えてみよう。みんなで協力できればピンチを乗り越えられるだけじゃなく、
皇帝マスターの考えは合理的です。
それもそうだね。なら早速光を助けに行こう。いかん。行くも戻るも敵が完全に塞いでおるぞ。朱炎よ、この窮地を脱する策が浮かばぬ場合は
先輩、何バカなこと言ってるんですか。
Yeah, this isn't Girls Frontline. Y'all don't have the whole like neurosphere backup thing going.
フォローへ調査に入ることをガンとして譲らなかったのは我だ。我が思いとどまって、それに我は人の身にあらず。ボディを失うことは大した問題ではない。だが主は違うであろう。
待ってください先輩。私はあなたの上官ですよ。今日のことで席を追うべき者がいるとすれば、
Oh, Zhuyuan does outrank Chingy.
あなたの身体機能は私より優れています。一人だけ逃がすとしたら、より生還する確率の高いあなたであるべきです。
朱炎よ、今は言い争っている場合では。
その通りだ。口論はやめよう、二人とも。
Hold on, bub. Did you think about possibly using a voice filter?
何やつ。
無線から声が。私たちの暗号化周波数を解読した。
どっちをおとりにするかなんてそんな議論している場合じゃない。二人揃ってここを切り抜ける方法知りたくないかい？
主は何者だ。どうして我らが主の言うことを信じられると。
信じる根拠になるようなものは出せないけれど、僕はプロ騎士である以前に僕は良識ある人間だ。君たちを見殺しにはできないと。
プロ騎士？
よかろう。主の見立てではいかにすべきであると。
Very good, Mama. I know you want to tear up that plate. You can have it.
僕が逃げるチャンスを作る。さて、指示を出すよ。
ですがまだ敵が。
任せてくれ。
Oh,
今だ、急げ。
次はどうすれば？
I love the energy in Zenless Zone Zero cinematics.
ついてきよるぞ。
前方、裂け目がもう一つ。
どこまでも追ってくれ。これじゃ拉致が開かない。
打開策ならある。リスクは伴うけど二人ならいける。
Ooh. Oh, hexagonal, no. Oh, heck no. Yeah, no, no.
義士よ、いるのであろう。姿を見せぬか。
二人ともようやく会えたね。
主は白義重工のポンプではないか。
I thought she would catch on immediately.
いや、波のポンプに主ほどの知能は持たせられぬ。ましてや
先輩、聞いたことがありませんか？インターネット上にかつていたという伝説的なプロ騎士。自らフォローに入って先導するのではなく、
パエトーンか。
その通り。僕がパエトーンだ。
No, my wallet is not to be chewed on. It may be empty, but it's still mine.
主は影で全てを見ていたのだな。
そうだ。 あの日僕はフォローで白義重工がなくしたものを探すのを手伝っていた。君たちと同じように僕もあの怪物には裏があると思った。
つまり私たちを助けたのは証拠品が無事ハンドに渡り怪物の真相が明らかにされることを。
そういうことだ。証拠品を取り返したいなら今からでもまだ遅くはない。
治安官養成マニュアル173ページ。緊急事態発生時治安官は市民を身元調査なしで協力者に任命できる。
And Stug disconnected my headphones. There we go.
先輩、それは。
Yeah.
僕たちの目的は同じだ。力を合わせれば必ず証拠品を奪還できる。
わかりました。確かに今はあれこれ質問している場合じゃないですから。でもあなたも見た通り敵は明らかに万全の体制で襲ってきています。
心配いらない。僕に任せてくれ。戦力で負けているならフォローの特性を生かして渡り合おう。
お縄につけい。先輩は休んでください。
我はここだ。ヒュエン、ニュースなによー。
I always liked the trifold staff. Such a cool weapon.
「自動輸送車の停車地点付近です。周囲の環境データをロード開始。
お兄ちゃん、この辺をじっくり調べてみよう。
I left spots behind it. Yep, I did. Yes, I did. Ooh. Yarr. So is there anything else down here? No, it's all above us now. Alrighty. Oh, the forklift. Oh, little baby. What was that noise? Did you get sick? No? Oh, you wanted me to look so you'd get your toy, huh? Well, you gotta give it to me if you don't need to throw it. Someday I'll have to like set up a Stug cam so that y'all can see this little turd. It's being a little turd. I kind of have one set up, but I don't have my room where the computer is, which is my living room basically, set up with any good lighting or anything. Even whenever the lights are on, the camera goes into this really grainy low light mode. Just not good. That's kind of cool, linking into Shinji's head. You know, I don't like whenever Hoyoverse games, and other games too, but Hoyoverse games do this a lot, where you have two options, but they're both technically the same option. As a matter of fact, like that one had, where it had, they didn't expect in the first option, the second option was that the EMP would be that powerful. They're both the same option. Yes, just thinking that that stack of boxes looked nicely destructible and important.
真相は明らかとなった。
どけ。
犯人はこの先に隠れています。
なんだってここに。
虚に乗して不意をつく。
彼らを倒して証拠品を取り返そう。
なんとも奥まってあるな。
武器を捨てて射撃を続ける。
やっせい無礼者盗む。
直ちに抵抗を中止せよ。照準よし。
Yeah. Exactly like that.
先輩、敵が持っていたこの箱ですが、中はすべてエーテル物質です。
間違いない。この気配、たとえ密封されたかけらであろうと、全身がそうけ立つようであるぞ。
It's amazing that they fit that entire giant creature in that little box.
ようやく
包囲していた連中も思いもよらなかったであろう。我らに逃げられたばかりか、証拠品まで奪い返されるとは。
シュエンさん、陳意。
先輩。
二人とも今日のところは見逃してくれるという。
安心せい。恩をあだで返せば雷に打たれるというからな。
Yeah.
それに
Gotta have the mystery for the
問題用で
box.
ヒットライというのも
Like the
誰
hidden
より公
magician.
平さに欠けると思っておった。
先輩、治安官がそういうこと言っちゃいけないと思いますけど、とにかく
お礼を言うのはこっちもさ。自動輸送車が危ないと。
I've actually been considering swapping my proxy over if I can to Rin or Bell, because Wise always plays it cool, but Bell actually like panics and stuff in situations like I think what's coming up where the police are investigating the shop. Like Wise, he manages to keep a cool face after things are done, but Bell is like very, very visibly shaken. Comically so.
治安官さんたち、それで
先輩、パイトンは行ってしまいましたね。
行くとするか。はて、パエトーンはこう言っておったな。自動輸送車の危機に手がかりから気づいた。シュエンよ、今の言葉、怪しいところがあったと思わぬか。
怪しいところ？
Yeah, they got a little too comfortable.
そうですよ。パイトーンが証拠品のすり替えに気づいたのは、てっきりフォローで輸送車を監視してたからだと思ってました。でもその場合、そこにあの口ぶりからすると、私たちがフォローの外でしていたやりとりも知っていたみたいですね。
これは意外な収穫。パエトーンは今日、あの講習の場にいたのかもしれんのか。
I don't know if you can hear Stug complaining. Oh, I only got an A? Collect 3 sets of hollow observation data. I guess I missed some destructibles in the environment. Whoops. I'll have to do that later.
お兄ちゃんだ。今日は暇？一緒にルミナスクエアの治安局まで行かない？
Can you hear this spoiled rotten puppy whining? He's it's night outside, so he can't really play with the ball. There's not enough room inside either to play with the ball. So he's sitting beside me, putting the ball on my knee, and then whenever it rolls off, he it picks it up and then whines and puts it back on my knee.
実は今日ね、シュエンさんとチーンの2人が元の曲に戻る日らしいの。フォローの中だったらお互い会わない方がいいかもね。でもフォローの外ってなったら会いたくても簡単には会えなくなるかもでしょ。
2人にはせめてうちの会員になってもらえってことかい？
はあ、やれやれだよお兄ちゃん。私への解像度が高すぎて逆につまんないってそれ。私が考えてたのはね。
Speaking of how Belle's personality is endearing, it is really cool to actually have a Hoyoverse game where the two main characters, or like avatars of you as the player, are so different. It's actually really cool. Because like Genshin, there's really no change other than appearance, you know. Like,
お兄ちゃん、2人はもうすぐ出発しちゃうみたいだから、私たちも急いで行かないと。
can I swap which, Yes, as a matter of fact, the two siblings are separated throughout Genshin. Actually, that's kind of the whole point, is the sibling you play is trying to find the other, who it's implied kind of is working-ish with the bad guys, or at least knows more and is on like a third-party role. It's been a long time since I've played Genshin, but I did enjoy what I played. Let's see. How would I perhaps change my proxy? Edit avatar? No, it's... You know what? There's one really quick way to do this instead of just jumping through menus. Open up my phone, Safari, Zenless Zone 0, change proxy. Change main character. There you go. Oh! You cannot change it after the initial chapter, after you start the game. Okay. Oh well. I kind of thought I possibly could, since they're always there by each other. It's not like Genshin, where one's, you know, searching for the other, and the other one is off doing their own thing. But, yeah, we can't change it. Oh well. Apparently there is a log or diary that you can read of, like, Vi's and Belle's. I don't know, I said Wise and Belle's thoughts, their general take on things. Apparently Wise, like, absolutely hates himself and thinks that he is cringeworthy and lame and all this and that. He absolutely thinks that he's just, you know, Like that his sister doesn't want to be around him and is only being nice. Oh, is she packing up her stuff?
先輩、荷物の梱包が終わりました。
Oh wait, they're
車
moving
に積み
precincts,
始め
aren't
ます
they?
よ。
シュエンさん、チーン。なんとか間に合ったみたい。店長のご両人ではないか。
自分たちの局に戻ってしまうと聞いたからお別れの挨拶に来たんだ。
うん。知り合って長いってわけじゃないけど、二人とは忘れられない時間を過ごしたからね。
Be careful, Bill. You're giving away a lot.
だけどシュエンさん、講習の日は壇上でインタビューを受けるはずじゃなかったかい？妹は君に質問するのを心から楽しみにしていたんだ。
ごめんなさい。あの日は急に先輩と厄介な事件の担当になりまして。詳しく教えることはできないんですが、見事解決しましたよ。あなたたちが6分が EMP 事件の重要な手がかりを提供してくれたおかげです。
そうだったんだ。
せっかくこうして知り合えたわけだし、ビデオ屋から記念品。
気持ちはとても嬉しいです。ただ治安局の規定でこうしたものをですが、ランダムプレイの顧客として買い取らせてもらっていいでしょうか？
もちろんさ。
お兄ちゃん、シュエンさんたちは出発の準備があるみたいだし、ここらでおいとましとかない？
ルミナ文書に臨時派遣されて、こんなにたくさんのことが起こるなんて当初は思ってもみませんでした。
いかにも。イベントはにぎわい、されど事件はきりなし。証拠品も回収して見じまいと思えば、ほれ惜しいかな。始末書がまた一枚。
The reports you write are gonna be lame.
どうしてまた韻を？
I think that was another haiku, but I wasn't
すみません
able
先
to
輩、
really
電
count
話
the.
が。もしもし、珍しいわね。こんな昼間にかけてくるな。
ごめん、今しがた我らの卒業アルバムを眺めていてな。
なんで急に卒アルなんて。また変な修行でもしているんじゃないでしょうね。
ああ、これは
If I remember right, Miyabi's belt is a reference to the Fox window, the a way of holding the hands and looking through the gaps that would supposedly show somebody or something's true form. It was like a way to expose yokai. Oh yeah. Also, she is the like joking Devil May Cry Virgil of this universe. And actually, that's not really that much of a stretch on the way of her powers.
時に主演、私に宛てた寄せ書きを覚えているか？あなたが誠の正義を追い求め、都市を覆う邪悪な
ちょっと大きな声で読まないでよ。周りに誰かしらいるんでしょ？
すまない。だが私はこの一節がどうも気になってな。
Miyabi's cool. One thing that's also fun about Miyabi is some of her trailers and stuff, where she's fighting demons. You don't actually know if those are her mental exercises or real, because she has beaten kaiju-sized ethereals before, but she also constantly does mental exercises imagining opponents and fights. So it's kind of a fun, is she daydreaming or is she actually remembering a fight?
お前の言う誠の正義と誠でない正義はどう違う？誠のメロンとメロン味の
She also says and does a lot of nonsensical things. Like, oh, I know. You want to play, but it is dark outside.
どちらもメロンの味がするというものは多い。かたや私の買うメロンは甘かった試しがない。それでも私は誠のメロンを好む。お前が誠の正義を求めるように、メロンとはメロンなのだ。そこに決して偽りはないからな。
She is obviously, as you can tell, obsessed with melons. That's like one of her favorite things. So, I guess they're called musk melons in the West. They're basically cantaloupes. Well, they're not. They're not cantaloupes, but they're in the same family.
どうしてハンドにいるあなたが知っているの？私が局から処分を受けたこと。
白蟻重工が発見した正体不明の怪物がロッカに回ってきたからだ。私の情報官からも知らせがあった。近々詳しく聞き取りをするため、お前にはうちの鎌で足を運んでもらうそうだ。
あの証拠品があなたたちのところに？いや、
ああ、ここからが本題だ。怪物の残骸に仮面のような人工物の破片があった。そして
あの怪物の身元が分かったと？
残念ながら死体が男性のものだということしか分からなかった。都市における全行方不明者および犯罪者の DNA と照合を試みたが、どれとも合致しなかったのでな。都市の外から来た身分登録のない人間という線もあるが、お前はどう見る？
犯人はフォローに入ることも厭わず証拠品を奪おうとした。あの死体にはきっと何か秘密があるわ。少なくともその男。
I'm thinking it's core. Poleta Belobog's dad.
同感だ。だが今のところこの謎を解く鍵は見つかっていない。
情報ありがとう、みやび。また近いうちに。
ああ、それでは。
すみません先輩、お待たせしました。
今しがたの電話、断片から察するにハンドの方で調べていた証拠品の件。
ええ、何やら重要そうな発見があったとか。その一方で不可解な謎も増えてはいますが、とりあえず乗りましょう先輩。詳しい話は道中で。
行くとするか。
久しぶりね、パールマンさん。
弁護士か？遅すぎるぞ。そっちが希望した面会だろうが、どれだけ待ったと思う？待て、どうしてお前があんな大それたことをしておいて、よくも抜け抜けと顔を出せたな、サラ。
それは違うわ、パールマンさん。爆破エリアを住民ごと吹き飛ばすのはあなたのアイデア。それにあなたの技術顧問兼秘書のサラなんて人間は初めからそう歯を食いしばらないで。私は今日ここへ真面目な相談。法廷では率先して全ての罪を認めてちょうだい。檻の中でも最高の待遇を受けられるよう私たちが計らうわ。
最初に私のところへ来て爆破計画をそそのかしたのはお前とその背後にいるやつではないか。それをよりにもよって私一人に罪を着せるつもりか。実に打算的なことだな。
I got a funny feeling, Bubba, you may not make it out of this room.
聞いたぞ。白蟻重工がホローの広場で怪物を見つけたと。回収した残骸も盗まれかけたそうだな。実際私は以前から疑問に思っていた。あの広場に地下鉄なんぞ通っていないのに、お前の計画書には調査と爆破の手配があった。お前らの本当の目的はあれの回収だったんだろう。
パールマンさん、そんな根拠のない妄想に。
妄想だと？ なら私が握っていると言ったらどうする？貴様とその背後にいるやつがビジョンの爆破未遂絶対的な証拠。
パールの話聞いてたかしら。しつこい男は嫌いだけど、彼の切り札は本物と言わざるを得ないわ。
楽しんでいるような口ぶりだな。
まさか。私は真剣に私たちの協力関係を心配してるの。で、これからどうするつもり？
対処法を考えよう。
You know, I've never had a hot pot. Kind of sounds like, well, like stew or gumbo that's just made with you and your friends, right? Man, in the cooler parts of the year, I always love to make my own. A really nice lady who was a friend of family, Miss Thelma was what we called her, was from Louisiana. Her and her husband used to sing with my grandpa and his friends in a bluegrass band. And she gave me a lot of pointers on how to make her gumbo. See, this text, this is what I would want after I go, like, lay down. I wish this was, like, true. Before you know it, you drift into a deep slumber. You sleep soundly and your body feels completely recovered. It's like people ask what kind of superpower I would want from a video game. It is to be able to lay down in a bed, completely recover from all status effects and damage, and wake completely rested. And to be able to do that on command. Just boom. What's up, Jubbert? Okay, he's not gonna give me another tape. Sup, Bang Boo 18, you doing your thing? Ooh. I really have trouble falling asleep in odd positions. That is an old Atari, wood paneling and everything. That is awesome. What time is it? My little dog is getting more and more insistent that it is time for me to stop playing and go to bed. Stuggy is whining and crying, and he has drug his blanket over here. He is like, this is not normal. I don't think it's even supposed to be on like a even semi-Earth like planet. You whiny puppy. We have no maps of the world. There are, it looks like, 2 moons, one of which is covered in a hollow. Let me see if I can just go outside and look up at the sky and see the moon. Yeah. Like there's this moon that's covered like halfway by a hollow, and then apparently there's times where you can see another one or a nearby planet that's relatively large, from what I understand. So yeah, the hollows aren't just a problem on Earth; they're also a problem on the moon. But yeah, I'd better stop. Even though I work at night, I always end up resetting my sleeping schedule every week to the day for my days off, and then forcing myself to go back to nights. Because dogs don't generally care whether you work day or night. They daytime's whenever a puppy is up, nighttime is whenever he's down. Also, I end up like having a lot of things to do. Like I need to go visit my grandmother tomorrow. She is 92 and decided she wants to be in a nursing home just because she kept falling at home. Even whenever I was like staying over relatively often to help her, she still would fall and not ask for help until she was doing something and falling. So, gotta get up, go visit my grandmother. Hopefully get a few basic groceries, and yeah, in all honesty, she's doing better than I expected. You know, she was, how do I put this? She got really weak really quick a short while back, and we all kind of prepared for the worst. And then she's just kind of been coasting along since. So, you know, hey, I'm glad that glad she's still here with us. You know, I don't have many family left. Oh, oh, you gonna cry? You just keep crying. Yeah, big stretch. Okay. I better get off here, though. Thanks for hanging out, Zach. I got you, Bubba. You have a great night. Take care. God bless you.